Stupid. Hi. All right, there it's going. Hi guys. Hi. How are you? I feel like we haven't talked in forever cuz I was on vacation and then I went back to work and I was too anxious about my dentist appointment to really talk to people. Oh. Oh. I thought honestly I was going to be in a lot more pain than I am. Very surprised. It doesn't feel like I have any tooth sensitivity either, which is like crazy. So the next task is gonna be brushing the temporary crown. And I think if I can survive that, I think we will be Gucci. And I won't be as like terrified. But I am on like a semi-soft diet right now. So my breakfast is mashed potatoes and eggs with cottage cheese. Because I gotta sneak protein in where I can. Because I currently can't have like any meat besides like really, really soft chicken. I basically can have baby food and cat food. Is kind of the texture we going for apparently. And if I do eat like shredded chicken, it has to be like softened with like gravy, like it's a cat wet food. Crazy, right? But how are you guys? Today, Braz has convinced me to stream. Because I wasn't originally going to stream, because I thought I was going to be in pain. Turns out, not in pain. Did accidentally take a 7-hour nap, which my roommate says it stops being a nap after 4 hours, but I call it a nap because it was accidental. So, I have a lot more energy also than I thought I would. Uh, so I'm here. And I couldn't decide what to play. But I think I'm up for starting the Roottrees Are Dead. Another mystery game, if you will, following this mystery binge I'm on. Speaking of mystery stuff, I did buy a couple new mystery books, one of which is called The Killer Isn't Alice, which is like you have like different rules and then you gotta cross out names to figure out who the real killer is. Now I have that coming in the mail. So I'm really, really, really excited for that. I missed you guys too. Yeah, sorry I was so like MIA on the internet as well. It was so hot in Texas. Okay, I'm talking like the high every day I was there was like 115. Like I showed a picture when I landed to Bratz in Celsius so that, she understood. It was fucking hot. And because it was so hot, I didn't want to touch my phone, like especially while we were out, because like my phone would heat up in my hand and then make my hand hotter, and it was just a sensory overload situation. And then I didn't really touch my phone at my mom's house because her AC was set to 74, which is like hotter than I run my heater in the winter. Okay? So even in the house, it was hot. So I mostly just, when I did have free time, played on my Switch and watched my mom work like I was like a 5-year-old. So, but I'm back. I still haven't gone through my concert videos, which I really, really, really need to. I think theoretically I should be able to pull it up on my computer because I have iCloud on my computer. So if you know, if anybody wants to see my concert footage, I got it. I think I can pull it up, but I'm not 100% sure. What is playing? Molecular Harmony. I just saw... Is Twitch running a promotion on my channel? I just saw you sub redeem months, you get Audible Premium. Okay. I don't know if any of my homies want that. But... Who's gonna catch this Pokemon? Saribot caught a Pokemon, guys. She's caught 14 Pokemon so far. Ammonium. I woke up to the craziest video. Let me tell you. My man posted a TikTok. It was crazy. Ugh. Essentially, you know how ATs. He has his like this Spider-Man suit that he custom ordered that fits him way too good, if I may say. And when Spider-Man came out, the whole Miles Morales trend went around of my name is Miles Morales and I blah blah blah. And so we've been asking him for weeks every time he went live, hey, do this trend. You have a Spider-Man suit. Do this trend. You would be, and he's like, the whole time he's like, maybe. We'll see. I'm really busy. We'll see if I can fit it in. He posted it today. This dude had it in his drafts the whole time. He filmed it the first day, guaranteed, because of his hair was still blue. He hasn't been blue in weeks. So he'd been playing to our faces this entire time. Oh, but he looked too good. I watched it for a solid hour. It's an 18-second TikTok, and I watched it for an hour straight, which is insane. Okay, I'm sorry, P1 Harmony. Pretty Boy's great, but we gotta start schmoovin'. All right. Pop on. Wow. Dude. The jazz. I love me a good saxophone. Get my water. All right. This is called The Roottrees Are Dead. It is by the same people who did Incident in Galley House that we've played the last few weeks. I'm anticipating this to be a slightly longer game. because it is definitely more search and find than Galley House was. If I do get stuck, I'm not against using a guide, just so everyone's aware. But essentially, there's this big famous family called the Roottrees, and a plane crash happened. We live in like Pennsylvania, and Carl Rootree, Brenda Rootree's wife, and their 3 daughters all died in the plane crash. Very, very sad. The company owns like a candy company. Some of them are singers, some of them are actors. You know, think of it like sorry, think of it like the Kardashians in a way, right? And so you play as I don't want to say as a genealogist, but something similar. And you're tasked with finding who is getting the inheritance, because there's a bunch of them, and because it's a big famous family, all these people are coming out claiming they're a Rootree when they might not actually be a Rootree. You know, everybody's trying to grab their 15 minutes of fame or a little sliver of the pie, and so we have to figure out who truly gets the money. And there's a second game called Roottree Mania. So this is 2 games in 1. I like even numbers.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Rootree Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Rootree and his daughters, the Rootree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Rootrees are dead.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Rootree company's lawyers are scrambling.
Oh, I bet they are.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Bet. Complete the family tree. Siblings are in birth order. We have evidence. We also have to search the internet. And then fill in the like, okay. This is my evidence tab, yeah. That's how you get your portfolios. The person who hired you gave this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters got an ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate given the circumstances. The ad copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Rootree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. And then we got a list of names. They're all Roottrees. I know Carl Rootree is dad. Thanks for purchasing a new cashew PC. Instead of an Apple PC, it's a cashew. World Wide Web. We find things should be sure to print out. Your included high-end color laser printer. And burn a music CD to listen to later. Do not try to use your computer. Oh, okay. We get a notepad. I love when a game has an in-game notepad. You know, I was using that like crazy. You can jot down important information such as names, family relationships, marital status, sibling count, or anything else you want to remember. Page titles can be renamed to make it easy to remember what you've written on each one. Highlight any text in your web browser evidence. Really quick option to add it to your notes. Entire contents of your notepad are saved even if you quit the game. Family reminders. Siblings are people that share the same parents. Cousins share the same grandparents but not the same parents. Second cousins share the same great-grandparents but not the same grandparents. Third cousins are people who share like great-great-grandparents but not the same great-grandparents. American school terms. For all my heavily European-based fans. And my one Canadian in chat. K through 12 stands for kindergarten and 12th grade. This includes all schooling ages from 5 to 18. Schools produce yearbooks, which are albums of stage photos of the students, typically with a solid color or cloudy backgrounds. Okay. Okay. Maybe we'll do this one, people? Maybe? We know... Carl is dad, president of Roottrees Candy Company. And then we know mom was Brenda. Okay, that's how that works. We don't know which one are the daughters. Then we gotta go to the nice... Ooh. That is some saucy dial-up. It's called Spider Search, guys. Okay. Roottrees sisters. We got... Raina is the oldest. Alright, learning the owns Root Fashion Company. So it goes Raina, Rose, Riley. Models me just look up. Root is a clothing company. The period's part of the name. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers, so their website is down, usually likely due to increased web traffic. You can find them in many retails. You sped the Roottrees sisters looking hella flying catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina. You also come across a website from a collector clothing catalog. Apparently Root has collected 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's items enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Rootree's mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. So Rose. Birth name is Carly Roottrie. Okay. What if we just... Okay. That's just gonna pop up. Rose is not as popular as her older sister, but still well known. Doesn't lead to anything. What about Riley? I spelled Riley right. Oh, there's an H in her name. Oh, if I click on a highlight, it brings me to it. Okay. First off, Serena goes Raina, Rose Riley. That's Carly. One of the searches was Riley's the one in plaid. Because she's the one in plaid. I just need to figure out. Ah! She has a ring on. So the one in blue is Reina. And then this will be Carly. This is gonna be a hard game, guys.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Nice. We're employed, y'all.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees.
Notable Roottrees, alright.
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
6? Alright. Holy crap.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out,
Yeah.
I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here.
Alright,
Thank you,
this lady is
and good
now
luck.
officially suspicious. Awesome. My god. 3 more correct relatives before they will lock in. Can open this only after the whole tree's been filled. Has 2 names that must be typed in manually. My god, okay. Ooh, well, we know this is gonna be Carl. That's a good question. This is gonna be Brenda. I know that for a fact. Know the picture. Yo, this is a big ass family tree. Family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their name after marriage, and always use the person's most recent occupation. Okay. Oh, 3 new pieces of evidence. Richie's sister died in a plane crash in 1998. Oh, this is now. Notable Roottrees. Elias and Gwyneth, Gwen, Red, Jim, Lauren, Miracle Jr. Okay. Roottree spices. 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Oh, there's 11 hints in here. 5 pieces is probably important. Oh, okay. Public library, periodicals. I before E, guys. What? Pieces. Ah! Fat pieces are kind of candy, other than, you're told to sell out. Wait, no, that's... Let me go back. Ugh. It's a book. Charles Lee. Published in 1985. This book is part of a series about all things in modern candy. Starts in 1925, continues onward. Ends in 1985. Includes some advertisements. Okay. And it's like teen or something. That's the wrong. Teen Blast. Okay, so I got the same thing. It's a miracle of modern candy for modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contains 5 different maple infused flavors. Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G for grape. What is it? E for elderberry, C, E, M, and M. E. Berry. Search these people's names. They're not. Yeah, I meant Roottrees 2 times. Okay. Let me live. Watch, president of Roottrees Candy Company, co-founder of the supply, also very new. Heavy heart was one lost Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrees family is in shock. They're requesting piracy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl would become a man of unmatched leader. Following his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious title, Watchman of the Year. Business Watch magazine focuses on companies, secrets of economy, has been around for over 100 years. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman. They call this the Watchman of the Year award. You find through a few searches that that is his great-grandfather. Okay. Business watch. Okay. Got Carl Roottrees. Okay, got that one. This is Elias. So if this is Carl, dad, grandfather, great-grandfather. Okay, founder is not an option. Okay. Elias was voted Watchman of the Year in 1936. The cat's me being a detective. That's a serve. I love that. Alright. Ooh. 1908, Elias forms Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. Okay. Edit. No, not that one. Daughter is oldest. Elias. Wife inherited a maple farm, which I feel like is important. Elias invents 5 pieces, each of the 5 flavors based on the initials of the child. 1 flavor per child. 1924, first sold in Pittsburgh markets. 1926, they're rolled out to all of New England. 1928, new flavor is finalized. 1935, they purchase all maple farms. 1935, so Elias Roottrees Jr. Assuming he is E for elderberry. Production tripled worldwide. There's also a what next section that claims that Elias is going to pivot to ensure his legacy. He plans to do this with the Clancy Trust. Ooh. That I can spell. Okay. So I think this is a female. So I think this is going to be Elias Jr. Okay. That's Carl? Listen, guys. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987. A photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch magazine for and about corporate leaders. Carl was not chosen for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather clothing company Roots. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had a sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin. We got a cousin on the board, guys. Where's my notebook at? We got cousin, singer, has a daughter. In 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands, seeing the demand. Carl and his second cousin, Brenda Jr. Carl's second cousin. President of Roottrees. Other blood brothers who have a say in the company finances refuse to fund anything other than the candy. So Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to make a clothing company. When the profits began to appear, the rest of the family changed their tune, as it does. We repaid his investment. Now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company and all the benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became the catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Okay. Okay. Go back to this. So Jim Roottrees is Carl's cousin and has a daughter. So we have multiple options. It could be here, could be here, could be here. Honestly, it could be any of them. And then second cousin, or no, it wouldn't be them. It would only be here, here, or here. Would be one of these is Jim. And then Ernie would be here or here. Okay. What is this? Placid Trust. Highly unusual corporate arrangement named after highlight. Head lawyer. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters, inheritance, and oddity. Code mandates that a fixed percentage of profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts, representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth, and is first accessible when they reach 18. That's actually really, really smart. The actual members have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to ever-increased the success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. Known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances. Still a few situations in which family members try to forcibly remove another family member from the trust. Apparently had a good Roottrees versus PR in 1994. Alright, so we have that. And that. Alright, 5-piece guarantee in combination with plans to trust. Ooh. Oh, music's loud. There, I nerfed the audio again. 5-piece guarantee in combination with plans of trust was licensed attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it's somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of the Roottrees president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5-piece. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year, now it's closer to $4. Combined with the plans of trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wants to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping it profitable. Interesting. Now what's this? Find a few details of this. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member. Ooh. Trust. Out of wedlock. Hell yeah. I can reorder my notes. Oh. was Elias. Fancy Edward. Loya. So he would be President 1. Okay, there's a lot of Gwyneth. So this is Roottrees Jr. So we can find about Clancy Edward. Nothing new. Okay. Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. It's listed alongside an old residence. Okay. Nothing else. Okay, hold on. Jim Roottrees. Oh, we got something for Jim. Jim and Diamond. Wife. Diamond. LaRue. Name's James Roottrees. One-hit wonder. The Jim writes the majority of the songs. Diamond's considered to be the band's leader. Folksy and acoustic. Okay. No, I could just copy that. Okay, it's the same thing. If I search, that'll be the same thing. Nothing relevant, okay. Okay. Diamond Dazzler is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You'll find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still sends out Christmas cards every year to Diamond Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about a fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, they still honor it themselves personally. debate about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards of the year, only one is relevant. Card from 1996. Picture of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf. Oh, okay. Wolf. Daughter. Also a singer. The Fluzzies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. Mentioned in passing in an online review. Apparently they're the opening act for a band. Trio's extremely cagey about their identities. All-female band. Daughters of famous musicians. Has whose daughter in it? Jim's daughter. Includes daughter. No pictures of them performing live, but their CD is added to evidence. Okay. I feel like I kind of hit the end of that little segment. Alright, so that's Candy. Her name's Candy. Possibly. Here. Okay. Nice Jim and Diamond. Rolling on Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks. In 1979, according to the liner notes, it that's a word. How part of society was content to remain indifferent to the economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Said most of its play came from roller discos. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It'll be marked on the chart with a star. That's his cousin, correct? Roottrees, Carl's cousin. it's gonna be him. Candy. This is gonna be Wolf. Oh, hell yeah. We got Elias, James, and Candy. Booyah. So now they're locked in. Okay. That's Wolf. I don't know if he's like just a student. Okay. Okay, nothing currently about his. Modern Music Monthly. Until a few years ago. Oh. Okay. Music group with Jim Diamond. His cousin and ex. They were the J and D, and then his cousin X are the C and J. Cousin Clark. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Jane. And Diamond, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Whoa. So the four of us had our cutesy family band going on. Not our finest hour, regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister. Everything exploded, no more family band. Cheater? The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even though we never agreed on what it should be, he was always more interested in catchy tunes. don't mind saying any of this because he'd grieved for most of the decade. He's immensely happier now. He started Raffertunes. And he's much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also why my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls of the record player, but I was never interested. I went straight for music. Guess Clark was paying more attention. Roottrees. Songwriter. Raffertunes. A Roottrees, which means his mom's probably a Roottrees. On there's About page, you'll find a picture labeled "The inspiration of the famous Super Bowl ad campaign." Below is more detail. Clark was in the department store getting a family portrait of the wife and children. Youngish child, Katrina. Multiple children. Photos not in your evidence. Okay. He has 2 daughters. Has to be him. Yeah, that's also their cousin. So then this is Clark Rafferty. Advertising, maybe? Him. His wife. yeah, because they use. Okay, so it's gonna be one of them. The youngest is Katrina. I'm assuming she's just gonna be a student. And then that'll be Jessica. We'll leave them as students for now. Is it another 3? Yeah. Advertising. Heck yeah. Another 3 down.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Oh, a lot of new evidence.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
9 more? Oh. That's cool. No, it's gonna be okay. So it's every 3. I think Jane was his first ex. So would this be Candler? Okay. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. Had a handwritten note attached to something personal. Flyer about a candidate for a local office. Stephanie Jones. Political. Pregnant. Added this to the periodicals. Local paper. Stephanie Jones. Born. Landon. Husband is Brian Jones. Unknown father. Distant cousin. mother is Caroline. Artist. Brian Jones, the business owner. Okay. Mm-hmm. Graphic print. That's misspelled. Been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been printing staple of Butler County for years. Even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. But still, whether you're a new client or one of the regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices of bulk printing. Jones Graphic Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed for some time. It even has frames. This is the address, hours, and a few examples of clients they work for. These are probably not related. Oh. None of the names seem relevant. Except this. They say this is relevant. Let's see. Search periodicals. Ah. Uh-huh. To be called Wilkins. Voters. Ooh. You find out what's there for the Miracle Network, a production company run by Miracle Roottrees Estate. Miracle Roottrees Estate. Let me reorder. Okay. Witness the testimonies of Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that the doctor swore he wouldn't survive his first year. Elias and Gwyneth, youngest. Oh wow, younger than his brothers and sisters by 14 years. Although birthed that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these, 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new name. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel. Religious. This is gonna be Miracle. I don't exactly know what he would be doing yet. I'll come back to that flyer. Miracle Jr. is a starred name. This would be Miracle Jr., which means this is Miracle the Third. Say he's a preacher. We'll come back to them though. Okay. The same thing. Oh. Okay. Son of Miracle Roottrees preacher. Okay. Back to Stephanie. Figuring out where Stephanie fits into all this. Handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let her conflict split to next generation. CM. What she said. Question mark? Okay. Okay. She's a distant cousin. Excuse me. I don't know where the hell she would be right now. Miracle Jr. Wife Nicole. Alright. Her wife is Nicole. Is Miracle third. She's also a preacher. Miracle Jr. is said to be world famous and gets top billing musical journal on the notable Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees flyer says he will make a special appearance. Miracle third and his wife Nicole are said to be the youth pastors. Miracle Jr. And that's gonna be Miracle third, maybe? Or Miracle third's wife is. Oh. Okay. So we go over here. There's two different Nicoles. Got it. He is also a preacher. Okay. Photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees pull a big reunion and create the family photo. This one's from the 70s. Carl is the teenager in the middle. Everybody's pictures. Okay, so then, where'd Carl go? Oh, once I verify him, I can add more pictures. Okay. Sorry about the water damage. Pipe burst. On the back of the photo in childish writing, it says November. There are also large numbers of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Jesus. We know this is Miracle. Okay. This photo is tucked inside an envelope with a letter bending as a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says to Carl, Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It is traditional to have it as soon as possible, as Aunt Ernie knows how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love not only for his family, but his family's legacy. Okay. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude. Alright, there's a lot of stuff in here. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wild expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie, I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, separately for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Roottrees Motors advertises from name Roottrees Motors of Wickens Motors. Welcomes its Motors is still the same family business, but it's joined the Roottrees family. Okay. Oh. Ad ran from 1977 to 1995. Local family mechanic. Tessa Roottrees. For Motors. So the Roottrees Motors been around 50 years, still family business. Okay. Tessa. Okay. There's a note attached from your employee who's noticed when I pulled the water damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame. This fell out too. Written on the back of the photos, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Gwen, part of the family. In Paris during the 70s reunion. Okay. I feel like he would be President 5 if he's the most recent. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is wrong. Maybe this is Jingle Rowan. It's him. You know that this is most likely have Diamond, Jim, and Kim. It doesn't say. Kind of a dead end, but I was hoping to have a picture of Jane LaRue. So I know that's Carl. Ooh, okay, this is how we can get Jane's picture. Die Hard Dazzler, scan a cover, noted it cost him $200 at option. Jim, this cousin, and Diamond's sister. Let's see. Lyrics. Alright.
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge. Rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas. Someday these times will all be over. All be over. Dew dries on the morning clover. Morning clover.
That's a vibe.
So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me.
one of them. And then the girl, she's one of these. Is that her, maybe? Nothing related to Tessa Roottrees. The Brian Jones. Okay, Ernie Jr. Okay. So then, where was Ernie? Oh, I would put him down, but he would be fourth president. Carl's second cousin. Not a notable person. Ernie Jr. He's a junior, though. So this could be... Who's gonna be over here on this side of the tree? I haven't touched that side, dude. Wife. Gwyneth. That completely butchered her name. Gwyneth Anderson. It says run by a president with input and votes extended. But that each president has been a direct descendant of Gwyneth, including Carl. The product has that put them on the map. 5 pieces. Yeah. So this gave us Gwyneth Anderson. Gwen. Anderson. Ha ha ha! You find some information on the website for the first Anderson Maple Farm, including a picture of Elias and Gwyneth. She was Gwyneth Anderson, had no brothers, and is the oldest sister. Set to inherit as long as she married. Before Elias took over, it was only syrup. It was Elias's idea to create candy instead. Though they expanded. Okay. So this is Elias and Gwyneth. She's probably a housewife. She didn't say she did anything. Yeah, she's a housewife. Oops. Okay, so we got Gwyneth. Would he have been president too then? Maybe? I'll look up Roottrees. She's an actress. Divorced. Daughter of Elias. Shouldn't have been named Roottrees. Mom was Roottrees. Dad took mom's last. That's cool that she did that. Guys like us, but who? Nothing relevant in any of this. Okay. Should be marked with a star. Okay, so this is gonna be Gwen. After who did she marry? So her mom was a root tree. I'll just put these in for now. I was like, how can I lock in some of these? Got chains. Some additional pictures.
You're listening to
Okay.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably,
Whoop.
a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s
I totally
that
don't
Carl
have that.
had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay. Richard Curse. Conspiracies. Guy, Roottrees, President. Ernie Jr. got a last name for him. Ernie Madsen Jr. Claims that you connect the dots. Oh my god, okay. Conspiracy theories. All routines have a few different sites about mysterious death and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for. Okay. Another website is called Stocks Markets and the Douglas Number. Alright. Got some grade A conspiracy theories on our hands here. Out of curiosity. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, this is probably Chris Rafferty. Okay. Alright, so now we have Ernie Madsen Jr. Okay. Nothing pops up. Maybe periodicals. Okay. Interesting, nothing online for him. Yeah, second cousin. 13 years since he was first stepped into the role of president. Real life Wonka. Okay, I'll go back to this. Maple Chris. Okay. I don't know which one he would be. I'm just kind of going down like the notable people because I'm like, I don't know who else. Should have 2 more stars. Only have 1 more star. Haven't even reached that side of the family tree. Who's also gonna be in that? Possibly Margolite? And then we have the oldest is a woman too. Ha. feel like that's important. Okay. Well, let's work on Lauren Roottrees. Author. Was. Ugh. Between wars. Distant relative of Roottrees. Lauren Rafferty. Hold on. Dr. Herman says. That's not what I saved. Let's just search this one. Looking at top schools, content has been saved to your contacts. Her name is Lauren Rafferty, so this is her. Chris or Jacob Rafferty. She's an author. Oh, Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. Okay, so we have... Oops. He is this little boy. That's him. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures, as this is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered the warehouse. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, so this is Eli. Since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but it's outvoted by my brothers. Oh, not Eli. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everybody filter behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also don't think it's fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge after all these years. Alright. Still gotta figure out who's who. This is the original. Picture is framed. Famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. It's him on the left. Alright. No. So, where's she at? Oh. He's the one with the jacket. That's him. Oh no, go back. I want that. That's the baby picture of him. Okay. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. We were only told only the 5 pieces, which didn't really go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I supposed to stop the tantrums. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later they never even took a second photo. Man back there. So that's Miracle. Roottrees Jr. Who's this man? Aunt Gwendolyn. Hitting the wrong button, dude. Who's Lauren? Aunt Gwendolyn. So it's one of the women. Gwendolyn would be. G for grape, probably. And then the only other one is an M. We're still trying to figure out that. So oldest. If this is Gwendolyn Roottrees. Probably. And this will probably be her. She's blonde. Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Okay. So then, if we look at this one, these are the four of them. So one of these is Lauren. So that female's Lauren. And the rest of them be but I was outvoted by my brothers. So these are all her brothers. So just for placeholders. Do him, blonde, and then little suit. Just as placeholders. Don't know who this redhead is. This redhead is. Who is Sam? Still don't know who's who. Go here. Her husband was Jacob. And we'll change this photo to be this one. And his photo is that one. No, I like the other photo being hers. I like the idea of that. Below notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary. Whoops. Where's my notebook at? There it is. Alright. Husband is Jacob Rafferty. Died in war. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries and stretch from 1940 to 1965. And the most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around is the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob dies in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. This explains why Clark never knew his dad. Lauren never remarried, only had one child. She's a granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Is that right? Oops. He's doing that. Yes, father. Mother's famous called the Costels, but no one hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who showed to refer to as Pop, was the head lawyer. Yep, got that. It is clear from the context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of the family. Yeah. Make sure. Hell yeah. Star Trek. Free spirits. Nothing pops up for that. Entry title: Complaints from Lauren Roottree's Diary, 1953. It seems that to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwen. It seems that everyone has something to complain about. Gwen was, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. Mom was Margolite. Okay. I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. It was a mess, but she just complained to her I was a lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. She gets to be in Starlit. It's a magazine. God, what's her name? Gwen. Yeah. Gwen Roottrie was often in Starlit. Most mentions were around her divorce from Wild Bill Williams, the gossip speculative. She announced her divorce. She also knows she was pregnant again. A rumor has it Wild Bill had multiple affairs that left her heartbroken. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man up the grave. He had a thing over blondes, married 4 different times. Grew up in Paris, France. Dad's last name is Cornwall. Why can I not Walter Forsythe. That's his name. Nope, thank you. You. Second interview, although he doesn't mention her name. He's talking about Gwen. Apologies to all the ladies I'm taken. I think I have to play a small part when she known it. He cut me from the picture. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for the star Caliber. Got last locked up. Met someone while filming. She's truly incredible. Ironically, the rumor is that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs. She has 2 kids. Okay. So we got more information about her. She has 2 kids. Figure that's what was in the picture there. Well, Bill Williams, she's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in the world? Ooh, didn't mean to do that. So, all the women before that generation were housewives. The phone is ringing.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Yeah, because it seems like you did.
But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees.
Yeah, I figured you were suspicious and that someone had to have a key.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more.
Okay. There's her other photo. And she's also a housewife. Let's say he's the second president. He wouldn't also be a preacher, would he? There's a picture of her somewhere. I think that's gonna be Nicole Smith. And then we know the guy was the 3rd president. Who was the 4th one? Fourth was Ernie Jr. Okay. Oh no, Diamond's blonde. Jane probably has brown hair. just yes. If it locks in, cool. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Back to here. But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been annihilated by my terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be born in a family who can support me for eternity. Entry titled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, 1958. Focus on the day grandfather Elias would announce he would step down as president. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. Okay, so none of his sons are president. So this is not true. Maybe he's an architect, because it said Elias Jr. built the warehouse. Yeah, but with architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. Oops. Again. So, I think he is a preacher. Yep. Okay, so these are opposite. It's also him. Okay, gotta figure out who she married. So it came to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who volunteered. Ended up going to Zach. Alright, so Zach. Second president, part of Lauren's generation. Even though his name doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn piece. Born of the firstborn. Oops. Oh, edit. Last name, not Roottree. Ask Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. Oh, firstborn son. Older sister named Angie. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Ooh. Bigger in size. Okay. Hold, please. To this way we go. So I think Angelica Morden, Zachariah Morden. I think that's him. He's the second president. she married a James Morgan. I wonder if that's her then. Because they kind of have red hair. Go back to this. Not this one. This one. No, not that one. This one. And that's Sam. Okay. 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 Entry titled Sam. Action. How do you spell his damn name? No. H. No. Zacarich. Yeah. Mordn. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well. Entry title Sam from Lauren's diary written in 1963. From the previous entry, you've learned that Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the gatherings. Sam writes, "Why Sam? Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim the branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. I'm the only one to realize." Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen is in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Alright, so Uncle Junior, which I'm assuming is Ernie Jr.? Wife Patsy? At reception, I asked who Sam was. Pop shush means that it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands. Farmhands. EC and John. On the farm. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are in the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Oh. One of these boys is named Eli. There's an Elias C and an Elias M. assuming it's gonna be Elias M. And one of you will be Elias C. We'll just put that there for now. Apparently he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago. Sam gave him some old tools to tell him how to make the engine's bike faster. None of us think that proper for multiple reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has custody of family affairs, especially one who works on the farm. Girl. One of the final entries is labeled Clark. Clark's getting married, in my opinion, far too young. He's really 18. And Danielle isn't much older. Where's he at? There she is. Danielle's much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than anyone can spend? They all aspire to be musicians, artists, and dancers. All sorts of nonsense. Oops. Do I have... third generation of musicians, artists, dancers, and other nonsense. The only one that has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Back to Lauren. Brothers all pursued jobs with knowledge. And the most rebellious thing ever one of us did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pops knew we've gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on a pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad present after all. His sister seems to be doing a good job of raising her twins. There's so much information. Or no, Gwen. Gwen's divorced. Okay. Let me go back this way. These are twins. There's 13 in this last one. That's crazy. Okay. Sam is on the farmhand with AC. But Edward is set. No. This is Edward. Possibly. Ugh. Okay. Nothing there about her. It's Stephanie and you know, we're starting doing actually. Where's that? Bonnie Hudson. I know she was married to Guy Hudson. Ernest. His fucking name is Ernest. That's why I can't find it. Hold on. Ernest. Well, if I spelled Ernest right. Okay, just. Nothing. Nothing, damn it. But his dad is. Madsen. Which. Must have married a Roottrie. This person's last name would be Roottrie. It's Elias Jack Roottrie, Robert Ronald, Clancy Jr. Maybe. Yo, I'm McStuck. This has 6 hints in it. How does this still have? Catherine Wilkins. Alright. Lawyer reaching up to an old book. Okay. Look into the books. I did, and it was like, eh. This one. What? Ah. New diary. Awesome. But many passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event that happened between releases that changed outlook, the death of Elias. Alright. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and the release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died. During the will, there was an audible gasp when someone was read aloud a Samantha Roottrees. That's Sam. I'm assuming. Both Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance. Kids not allowed inheritance, but got the farm. This was then that the scandal of secrets came out, and then the five pieces were surprised. But it's quite a shock to everyone, including Sam. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter. Okay. Parents are Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Patricia, the daughter of a local street mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at 16. She became pregnant, and her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man, sent away, and that's almost the end of that. None of the next friends have ever met or heard of Patricia until she... Patsy. Who else have we seen named Patsy? Probably in relation to her in the last one. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever quite the romantic, appreciated this. So, Elias Jr. When Patsy and Eli Jr. are finally married, Elias decides that Sam should have been a true Roottrie in the first place, even though she's not part of the clans of trust. He wants to include her in family affairs, which is what led to Lauren's initial entry, Sam. Alright, we got Sam put on the board. Additional context, a companion piece to the entry, Sam. Clearly did not know her true family history when I wrote this. I did not know Sam was a Roottrie. All my doubts were ill-founded, and she's a fine woman. Had she had the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. And her children seem eager to help the fam. Okay. Ernest. And then one of her kids is Ernest Jr. It's been a long time since any real Roottrie was excited and interested in actual candy as Ernie. His bonus, Gwen has a green thumb of her mother. Not ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's spitting image of Patsy with jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have that thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay, her kids have glasses. Kids. Ernest. Junior. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when we read that the farm operates Patsy as a Roottrie for as long as she was willing. There are flashbacks when Zach was president. Mother reframed it to calm him down a bit. Sam wouldn't receive candy money after all. She was just inherently rude. Inheriting the right to rule over peasants for eternity. Wow, her mom sounds like a real treat. Pop warned us from her years and never met EC in person, but often referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. EC farmhand with Sam and John Miller. Gay question mark? I'm not sure if Sam will ever forget Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might not forgive them either. But even though she seems to blame more than just the two, she has no problems with this next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Additional context about her son Clark. Reading back at Deja Vu as I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrie has ever remarried. Shari lost Jacob, and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not that I can blame her for that. I've seen what he's gotten up to in Scarlet, but neither of us took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it's inevitable that someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I could say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Oh god, okay. Eli C. Okay, I was right. This is Eli C. I got that right. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out of the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio, but still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. This is a page from the 1975 10th anniversary re-release. Not a companion to any specific entry, but addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are, and I get it, there are 4 Eli's for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone say I saw Eli in town, and I don't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin, and that's why they all became Uncle Junior, Miracles, Eli, or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward or Clancy, so now you can see where my pop's name came from. The one thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son, and that goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. Okay. Okay, so that is Clancy Jr. So I got all these right. Now, the question is, do I have their faces right? Juniors first. I think I have all the juniors right. The known juniors, anyway. Yeah, okay. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwenda and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Women's name tends to get all mixed up as generations went on. I guess because it's the female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees, and I had to break it to them that their father's name is backwards. Or EC. Hear me out. That's possible. Nothing relevant. Just a page from Fun Bonus. Apparently the first thing she could find that she ever wrote, she knows it was for a school assignment about anger. And she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out, but here she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad," screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her away. Then I got in trouble, and Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she's gone." Ooh, Lauren. Interesting. this have to do with anything? There's Patch with a letter for Patch is thought to be the most popular of Patricia Christensen, the daughter of Patricia Steele. Patricia would have been in her mid-20s when this letter was written. Married to an older man, noted status. The letter was definitely not from him. Mentions a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. Okay, so this is from Patricia to Eli Jr. The letter ends on the mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from a classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. This is about Sam. Yeah, EC. That would be EC, because it's his name's backwards. Left an outcast for his life labor until under a wicked relative. It seems like something from the start of a children's dream, which did not deserve life and senses. I can't stand to be apart from you both. When I shall return to you in prayer, he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day with all the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Okay, that's just more information on Sam. In reality. The pictures. When Guy Hudson's the next president. Okay, so this guy's name's Eli. So that's Eli M. Oops. Looks almost like a mechanic. Which makes me think his daughter's Tessa. So I think or Tessa's his spouse. Hold on. No, because Tessa doesn't have a picture attached. So it would be his daughter. Mom's Wilkins. Mom's Wilkins. Okay, so we got... I wish I could mark off these names. That's Miracle Jr. That's Eli M. Oh, she said her daughters had glasses. Or her kids had glasses. So I think that's them. So it'd be Ernie Jr., Gwyneth M. I wish they were in like order. So one of these girls is Bonnie. One of these guys is Hudson. Ernie Jr. One of the girls is Caroline. The Gwyneth M, a Gwendolyn. And then some says November. That's Gwyneth M. Oh, I wish I could label them. They're redheads. So maybe they're gonna be over here. Maybe one of them's her kid. I need to figure out those boys, what they do. Clancy Jr. Roottrees. Nothing about him. Edward Roottrees. Nothing. 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 It'd be great if I could figure out more of this chunk. Is there another Rafferty? Another Chris Rafferty? That would make sense. I know there's another picture of Gwen. Where's that picture from? Where's that picture from? There's this one. Ah. Yes, that's her. That's her other picture. Ronald Robert. Oh. Oops, I didn't do that. My bad. Director and head of RR Productions. Okay. Tell me about Brother Trouble. Two brothers of the same age. One adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan, TMS, and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as magazine columnist, blah blah blah. Show headstrong. Showrunner, small screen director Ron Roottrees. Showed strong ratings through season 1. However, it canceled during season 2. If I remember correctly, that was TMS. Yes. Who is Dustin Christopher Baker? He doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. Okay, and Penelope Tessa Green. Oop. She's apparently relevant enough. Retired comedian. After the birth of her first child, Jack. Okay. What if he goes by Rob? No. Okay. Oops. Okay, nothing. Alright. That's Jack. And this is okay, well she's apparently relevant enough. Maybe bam. Robert Roottrees. They commented about tales and cliches. I think it's because writing went downhill after season 2. They actually had an episode with markers. Maybe season 1. Small rumors claim that screenwriter possible crime. Possible embezzlement. Authorities received from a source that there was a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the time. Article from Ron Roottrees, titled 1984, entitled "Don't Blame Nepotism." He gets results after finding some on-screen success. First as the director of many soap opera episodes, started his own television company. He was born in the U.S. but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He coupled up American cinema whenever he could, and he was old enough to return and attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma. Saying he's a doctor, he plans to show major until then he finds the doctor is occasionally called his younger brother. Ha ha ha! So you are Ronald, and you are Robert. You are the director. You are a screenwriter. I think he married Tessa. Jack. I had the pictures mixed up. Penelope. Okay, I got that right. Catherine Wilkins. And this is the baby. Occupation, baby. I don't know his name. Those two. Could be a girl. Hold on. It's called Joko Lantern. Yeah. She's younger. The other one. Wonder what Bibby's name is. What did I miss about Miracle? I want to know something about the wife. I want to fill in these wife names. I want to picture them somewhere. I still have all of these people. Okay. Debbie? Up into the end, Ernie. Okay, wait. Now that I know who Ernie is. Back. Is Deborah then? Oh. Taking over. Yeah, so this is Ernie Jr. For myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude. Pending the burn of the sun, I thought we caught up too late. He was ill. Yeah, Nicole's sake. Okay. Probably that one. Okay, but who are the people in the picture? Is what I want to know. Maybe that's she doesn't have an additional photo. It's not her. Maybe that's her. And this is her. I could be completely wrong. Okay. Tessa. I have him. Ooh. Hoopst. Hoopst is red Roottrees. Not related. judge. He was ambassador Island for only 6 days. When he served somewhat contend the shortest term in history, a few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position of the Irish people. He tried to run for state senate, but it came out it was merely a coincidence. Oh, get it? Because he's the red herring. Ha! That's funny. He's a red herring. Alright, that's done. Choco lantern. That's a baby. Whose baby is that? I should also, like, X out that. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. Sir mention of root tree. Result for team blast, mention of root tree. See if we can track down that. Okay. Oh. What's it called? Team Space Blast. What is... Oh, but I already got the sisters. Why do I need to look more? This is... That's her picture. Article about Rena also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. An interview, Rena talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor. Okay. Who taught lectures about history. He was always told me that history is full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot, except other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had read in school. I took advice, and now I work with Mom designing clothing. I help decide colors and patterns I want to model. Although Grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me we're really proud of what he accomplished. Laura. We got his wife's name. That's nice. That led me to nothing. Thank you, though. Thank you. Maybe Nicole's the older? No. Okay. Unknown. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Okay, we got that. Where's that movie? TMS, what is TMS up to? Team Blast can tell you. Recent autograph signing teams told me about a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, Castle for the Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time, team has found love. She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. One or two blasts before 2 minutes for the spill, but disappearing. One of the creators, a brother, Trouble Ron, married Penelope. Got that already. Who played TMS's mom on the show, and get this, Ron is a distant relative. The Roottrees. Already got that. We already locked that in. Thank you. Okay. My mother and her partner. Her mother was gay. This looks pretty gay to me. I'm not gonna lie. Looks pretty gay to me. Laura, Brian. Perfect. So that means this is not Deborah. Is this Deborah? Doesn't make sense. Okay, her mom was Caroline. Dad must be Mark Landon. Father, my mother, partner, I missed that the first time, man. Mother Caroline, a local artist. Front page of the but looks at her past. Caroline. Morden. How do you spell her name? Ian. I will get there. There we go. I'll get a picture of Caroline. Find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. Artist. Stephanie's mother has a female partner. There's much of Carolina's person. It's mostly about art. Bust out a large metal sculpture of mermaid. Captain Caroline standing next to her sculpture Atlantis Burden. The sculpture is one of the many upselling books. Okay, we'll look for the book. Caroline Morden. Excuse you. Eloise. Dedicated Eloise and Stephanie. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. Needs self-portraits of different ages. Those have certainly not been added to your evidence. Talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed by her sister Gwendolyn. Sister Gwendolyn. Cousin Bonnie. Gave up on dreams to settle for boring med. Brother-in-law. Law. Doctor. Wilson. She married a man who's opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against Roottrees company's effect on local environment. In Ruth's house, she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to the policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments of life. And the only good thing is that it gave her a daughter. Okay, I can work with this. Eloise. Sisters Gwendolyn. Who married, oh, there's a lot of Wilsons. But he's a doctor. They had 3 kids. And then her cousin Bonnie, who is over here. Might be her, which means her dad is Hudson. He is Christopher Hudson, and I think this is going to be Guy Hudson, who was the 4th president. That might switch. They might be in the wrong spots. Oh, hell yeah, queen. Hold on, let me stick your face in here. Queen. I think she's in the group photo. Image of Captain Caroline standing next to her sculpture Atlantis Burden. Spider search for it. Atlantis Burden. Nothing came up. Okay. easy when the kids' names change, like when it's I still don't think this is correct. But I don't... Who's Deborah? I think this is definitely her, though. And this is definitely Nicole. There's Sam and Stephanie Control. There's 7 clues in here. How? How? Yeah, I got his wife. I want to know the other 2's wives. Yeah, that's complete. This has pictures. Yeah, that's Caroline back there. Yeah, that's Caroline. Gwyneth M. Gwyneth Miracle, maybe? Next to Eli. No, it's Madsen. Guy Hudson. Who's Gwendolyn? I just don't know who's who. They're all like additional pictures, I think. Yeah, and that's him. That's him. Gwendolyn Martin. Maybe her? No, I think her. That's Caroline. Maybe that's Bonnie. That's Guy. Yeah. I think that's Caroline's other picture. And then this is a little girl, which I think... I don't know. got like a November. What names have we got? Deborah Bean. Nothing. Stephanie Cattrall. Well, it fucked up her name. Nothing. Louisa Garcia. I'm sure some of these are like red herring names. Bethany Kellogg. Did I spell that right? Kellogg. Yeah. Oh. Haha, sometimes just Googling names works. Student. Another Bonnie. High school 9 months ago. She'd be in college now. Okay, okay. So then yes, this is backwards. So she married David III, assuming he's gonna be younger. Those might be switched as well. What did Bonnie Hudson do? Okay. Killed some more names. Which these are all gonna be Wilsons. Cause she married a Wilson. Dr. Stephen Wilson. Nutrition to the stars. Okay. pretty the stars. There's a picture on the website. 3 children. As well as a picture. The 3 of them look like they're being held hostage. Chris child Jason. He has an older brother and a sister. Okay. Hold on. Evidence. Okay. So we have that's gonna be a gem. Guaranteed. Oops. They might be backwards. Oh, no. His, occupation's wrong then. Got a lot of the spouses. Hell yeah.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Why not?
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why.
Okay.
It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Okay.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And it's not kind to the Roottrees.
Ooh.
Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces.
We love.
The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy.
Yeah.
So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
That's what I be doing, lady.
It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Okay.
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay. Okay. Maybe he's a college student now. Oh. Yeah, except that was like my only lead. He wasn't the 4th president. Oh, he was. Why did this not? Okay. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the five-piece product line for less than a year. In 1979, it's Guy Hudson's first and historically decided move as president of Roottrees, an attempt to cater more towards what he thought was what the average person wanted. Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often the source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to five pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. Philosophy led to the flavor in five pieces was meant to mimic caviar. Piece of five pieces sold less that year than it had ever. Okay. Although Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, it did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. The story itself surprisingly shed light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved into the Hudson's car. Although Guy was somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There was witnesses reportedly vehicle which instigated the wreck speeding. Swerved into two lanes and cutting other drivers off well at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. It could have been any one of us who eventually ran off the road. Guy had been president for only 4 years. He has his wife and no children. Why did this not lock? Do I have the... mix then? No, because these are the Hudsons. Do I have the picture swapped, maybe? I don't think so. I think I had it right the first time. I think they might be swapped. Because they have red hair. What if I... They might be swapped. Because his didn't lock either. Guy, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public. Guy's taking over the company at the end of the year. Who would have known one of these two tall, adorable redheads? Credits his mother and father with his fiery do arguing over anything but chocolate grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take on a retirement and focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I have decided to plan on reflecting on the life well lived. Guys need a business role, be his family. We at Roottrees have faith in innovative ideas. We think that boys and girls agree he's ready to succeed." Okay. Ha ha ha. Fan excited about a successful ad campaign. One of the ads listed from the late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree, is a series of televisions and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both agree that Roottrees is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright hair of the boy and girl involved, which would be them. Yeah, it's them. Yeah, so each have an additional picture. Was she an actor? Still don't know these spouses' names. Ugh. Yeah, I know that's them. Already been known. I'm gonna start Googling names again. Rich. I don't think I spelled the name right. 2 R's or T. Nothing relevant. Oh, I bet there is. Okay. There isn't. Let's see, who else was here? Joan Monroe. Did I spell that right? Yeah. Helen Lennon. Boo. Dang. Edith Jacobson. Find a link that seems to be a partial encrypted list of articles from Butler County Times. It mentions Edith and an arrest. There's a Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottree and a Lucinda Jacobson. I keep having a cough. There's a Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson, owners of Helen Roottrees and Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at Miracles Congregation Church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room. The weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees. Assuming a Helen Lennon. Who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen was saying, Jesus forgives and so do we. Lord works in mysterious ways, and I am confident that he has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose. Okay. Make sure there's nothing. Okay. Lucinda. Okay. So I think Edith married him. Because otherwise I'm like, how else would be mentioned? Joke and Lantern happens every Halloween. Patrons are to wear costumes. His the best costume. Liz Thatcher, which can be redeemed for 5 pounds. Buffalo wings. Sweet drink minimum. And 0 tolerance for heckling. Okay. Tree and a November root tree. Huh. Okay. I need to figure out what their occupations are as well. I feel like we're so close. both of these had to be root trees. So one's November and one's Christina. Right. I know it's November studio, so whoever November is a dancer. So I think it was her. Ugh. The conspiracy site. What? What is that? It's a tree curse. Death. Arrested. Poison. Blah blah blah. Okay. There's a link to a site that talks about how Earth has a okay. Author's site seems to agree. Oh. Find a simple page called the Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997. Okay, Chris Rafferty. Bunch of gifts to stay under construction. There are a few art pieces. The first, me and my. Oh my god, he's illiterate. Illiterate, guys. I fear. Painting I did my first year of college. I'm planning to get her when you get married in May. Go Tartans. Odd collage called Cousins. We made it 3 scrambled images. We had to create a piece of art for our family. I asked as many extended family to propose a picture I could. Even someone I never met. I was allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and I'll use my 3rd cousins. This includes Davey. He swims for Yukon, and Bethany yearbook pictures, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Alright, that. Here's the artwork has been added to evidence, but cousins will need to be. That's fine. Oh god, this is. It's an interesting puzzle. I had it. No, I clicked the wrong one. Oh, there it was. Hit random like puzzle feature. America's middle school. Ugh. Oh, I hate these ones. I'm getting it. How do I get it? Yeah, skip the puzzle. I almost had it, but include Davy, he swims for Yukon, Bethany, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Okay, so I have this backwards. So this is her photo, and this is his photo. And then Stephanie, who's an only child. Her name is Stephanie Catra. Not Nicole Madison. Got some more done. Edith, Sam, Clara, Patricia. Booyah. Okay. That's Caroline's other photo. These are still not locked in. See, something's wrong about this. I thought he was the 4th president. Unless he's the 4th president, the guy is the 3rd president. I think that's it. Who we still got for? We got Deborah, Joan, April. And those are the 3 wives. Who is this? This is Chris and Lulu. Oops. Hold on. That's Chris and Lulu. Okay. James Roottrees then. Just trying to see if James mentions his mom. That's Bonnie and Guy. And that is James. Oh, this is where I'm like, I keep. This is next president. James. Or next president Guy. We have Bonnie, Guy, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Clark, Carl, Eli. Okay, so I know we got Eli. That's Miracle Jr. That's Eli. That's Clark. That's Carl. And that's Jim. Okay, No, I'm pretty sure this is Bonnie and Guy. So one of them is Ernie Jr. Which has to be him. Which we have that written down. That's Caroline back there. And then we have Gwyneth M. and Gwendolyn. That's Gwyneth M. Yeah, so that's Gwendolyn. And so I think this little girl's November. And I think she's a dancer because of November Studios. Other than that, I can't get anything else from there. And I know that's Bonnie and Guy. That's Carolyn's other photo. Still says there's 2 more in here. I've already looked that up. Yeah, it just brings up that again. Yeah, so I already got that. That has something to do with EC and Mr. Miller. Still one more in here? I know she's pregnant in this. Due around Christmas. That was the future. Caroline. Yeah, we already got her filled in. She had conflict with Carl. Yeah, I got that figured out. I still don't know who these girls are. There's a Debbie. This has to be Debbie. Okay, that's how that goes. I just don't know Gwyneth's occupation. Okay, so Bonnie's a housewife. And then I could put their secondary baby photos in. Cute. I'm gonna assume she's a housewife at this point. Oh, he wasn't an artist. Is he a college student then? It's possible that he's a college student. I think that's Christina. And I think this is November. Yep. Because she has said the only crime that one of us had been close to committing is marrying someone, possibly marrying someone who would be illegal to marry them south of Pennsylvania, which is like during like the civil rights movement. But now I have April and Joan. Which their names have never come up. Excited. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. Maybe she's also a farmer. Sam is a spitting edge of passage of black hair and green eyes, thick glasses. How to explain Pop's face? You see, I'm sure Sam won't forgive. First Root should ever be remarried. Lost Jacob and where's Bill? My son. Eli C. Say Clancy and Edward. Eli practically remarried. did he marry? That's what I want to know. He's marrying Jane. It's likelihood that that's April and this is Joan. Because April, November. What's the likelihood? Oh my god. They're mowing the lawn. It's so loud. All seem to pursue passive knowledge. Yeah. That's because Popper's fancy was sent him to the academy. Pursue passive knowledge. Edward set out to take over his department when he retires. So he's a lawyer. Ay, ay, ay. Passive knowledge. Have to get Gwendolyn's. Lauren mentions the name of Jim's father. Name comes up in revisiting the diary clerk. Oh. Fire. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. Edward. Yeah. I got that already, Mr. Duck. Do the pictures backwards? Eli looks like Pop did. Okay, so Eli's the one. Yeah, I have that right. Duck, you are not helpful. Modern monthly music about Jim Roottrees. Pretty sure I already looked at this. Ugh. All his old ad campaigns. Advertising. I swear to God, if she's just a housewife. Oh my God, she's just a housewife. Ah! Did I get the wives right though? I did get the wives right.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Okay. I'm telling you, they're gay. I'm telling you, he's gay. He was disowned for being gay. And he was this child. And then this is why his name's reversed. Yeah, and they like adopted Samantha. Yeah. Like, I'm 99% sure.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, and his partner was John Miller?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I needed to hear.
Gays for the win.
I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yep, I got old. The only picture you
happens.
have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents.
That's fair.
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin, Clancy, and his father, Elias, were not.
I'm sorry, but who names their twins Edward Clancy and Clancy Edward?
At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Yeah.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge
Yep.
that evil existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word.
Oh,
He
I didn't
became
notice that.
EC.
ECCE. Oh. Yeah, and then M for Miracle Berry in the future because he was suddenly born.
We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Oh, she said, your pop is my dad. As she had gotten them confused. Because their names are the same, just reversed.
Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without
They're
the beard.
identical twins.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or received inheritance. They knew I'd helped my father.
As deserved.
At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president, but due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy, a real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he
That's why I had it
saved the
reversed.
operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Yeah, embezzlement.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning,
money.
set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking.
Stay tuned for Roottrees Mania. They come out of the woodworks.
Thanks again, and so long.
We're rolling
Yep.
on down to the sea.
Thanks for your hard work. Sam's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on. New president took over the company.
Saturday night
faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game. This is like a banger. Hate to... I'm a secret Roottrees. Oh look, they're promoting Incident in the Galley House. So now, on return, I'll probably do the second one next week. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna close this. Sexy Jazz. I don't know how long I was like that. I apologize. I really need to get a second monitor. But yeah. So that was The Roottrees Are Dead. Great, fantastic kind of puzzle. I'm excited to do Roottrees Mania, and then I'm going to be really, really sad because it will be all over. And I just know that this mystery vibe is still going to be itching at me. So hopefully I can find more mystery games to play. If I can't find more mystery games, I have a couple demos I could play. I did get Restory and Assemble with Care. So I'll find something to play. But yeah, thank you for hanging out for this very long stream. And I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your day, evening. Please stay hydrated, eat some good food, take your vitamins, and I will see you all next week. Bye.